I mean, to be honest, besides feeling potentially like shit anyways, I mean, you know, the only thing I hate about the current season, so there's a couple of complaints. Now, if, right, we are talking the, like, actual ones. Look, there's a 59. How nice. Lessons learned, right? Hey. Anyways. Look, I don't mind Quill volley as much as anything, but, like, it is definitely not. I mean, servers have been all but, like, really lovely for the ever so basics. This character's always lit. I just start here. I'm like, I'll wait till another day to start because it's not like. No, actually, prior to this, I just actually got done with Pittsburgh. I did some. Like, I also did some. You know, the only thing I hate, like, okay, Paragon Grind is pretty much cancer. 6-1, half a dozen the other. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't wish it off on anything. So, which is kind of how it just happens. I mean, this build, though, I started it last season. It's a mix of Touch of Death and then it's a mix of Touch of Death and there we go. Now, the quickest way to actually level, apparently, is this zone. Believe it or not, might be the easiest way. But anyways, yes, Quill volley spiritborn. Very temperamental beast, one could say. Now, there is a lot of stuff in this particular season that actually makes this really good. This particular one. Like, I was very torn to start my necro. Like, but then I realized. Now, I would do shadow necro. Now, the right call would be to do blood necro. Now, I mean, it's more clicking than, it's about as much clicking as the other. Actually, what? Now, the funny part about this, right, this build actually got buffed. Because, I mean, Soar got buffed as well, but, I don't like the Soar as much as I like the other. The Soar Necro is, not Soar Necro, but, so the other one's more of a mobility. So there's three really good ones, like this one here is, see, double centipede is pure poison. It's good for killing, shit for everything underneath the sun. Like, don't be doing time trials with it. You know. Does it kill? Yes, it does. But that's one thing to consider. It kills, but the problem is not as much as the killing is what do you consider timely, basically. But Touch of Death actually got a buff this season, believe it or not. Soar is a weird one. Like the Soar, what is it? Eagle version is basically a mobility one. It's Quill volley. Yeah, it's mixed with Jaguar, basically. This is just basically double poison. Of course, theory crafting would be this is about I could make use of witch powers, basically. Which the witch powers actually help me out with this build more than many others. Now, would it help in hits? Sucks one, half a dozen the other. This is more of the fun defensive build that spreads poison everywhere and just sucks them up into a nice vortex. Then basically goes around and has a bunch of cooldowns. Eventually you would like double cores, basically. Now the only thing I don't have, very cheap and effective build. Now, I did find after my other one leveled up very quickly. Now, the Paragon was now, I did do something weird with this build, but then again, last season I got really lucky that someone got rid of like basically a god rolled Craze of the Dead Gods. Right? So, what's funny is I got both the rings, so I'm like, I might as well start this one. And I already got the Washi Pak for this, basically. It's a better start, one could say. But a lot of the skills here got buffed. Which, I mean, granted, it doesn't use Rod. Like, you could use Rod, but never been my style. I tried to use Rod last season. And actually, it was funny, I wound up using the Mythic, but the terrible part is I'm not getting any Mythics this season. So, yet. After 50 plus boss runs. So I kinda give up. So my Quill spiritborn is stuck on Ancestral here. Which is good and bad at the same time. I would ask what a level 60 is doing down here, but you know, I would ask what a level 60 is doing, but why aren't you higher? But then I would just assume the person got power leveled, and that's bound to happen. I was waiting on that one. Surprised that didn't happen sooner. I'm actually kind of surprised it actually did not happen sooner. It's less of a mobile class as much as a, well, despite the Quill Spiritborn being spam basic attacks all day with Rod, bad time to really try to level, but again, See, is why I never play hardcore characters. The character would die probably within, like, first hour, couple hours. See, I do the thing in this game where I straight up, every season, this is what I do. I just basically go into the zone and just, do this. But Whispers here is a lot easier. Yeah, but getting her to level 60 will be the key. You can wait over there. Whoops. Now. Good. Okay, I'm gonna upgrade my own. I'm gonna use... No game is giving me better armor, but... Right. Oh god. Not good. And... That's right, I need to go set my mercenary. See. I need to go set my mercenary up. Actually, I forget what my mercenary is. What it is. Actually, I think my mercenary... Which one it is? I think I use a... was it? No, because you're inherently defensive by nature. You don't need the one that gives you a shield. The one that bleeds is the primary one, followed by the shadow one. Which, by the way, that is a very good combination this season. Because of the witch powers. The witch powers actually... it's because of the witch powers themselves. There's actually a lot of DOT effects in the witch powers this season. So, again, it makes this build rather fun in that regard. Really. But it happens. Roughly the same, aren't they? Because the thing about this build is inherently, see, as I said, it's defensive by nature. Because this gets turned into core, basically. Yeah, well, active, freaking bitch. But this whole build hinges on them being vulnerable, basically. It's very much the case of... See, I forget which. I want to say it's thorns. Good thing you can always correct it later on. See, I don't care about the block chance, right? Most part, my characters survive literally by just at the point of yep, see I'm up there. I can entirely, yes, I entirely bypass the entire tree. Huh. See, I can get down to here. Now it'd be 4. Vortex will go here. I mean, granted, it's about a very resource-heavy class. I mean, Touch of Death actually got a damage increase, which I'm not shocked. But the idea itself, Touch of Death is actually like one of the granted. One time. Supposedly there is a. Oh, there's a. Yeah, that was a necro. But no, that is a spiritborn. I see what they're doing. But yeah. You'll see that's actually the exclusive from last season. The only thing I hate is there's not a really good one here. Half these don't look right. I've never liked it. No, but other than that, pretty chill, actually. I need to get the sides having the catching up on a bunch of news. Different things. But yeah, but gear-wise, I've been getting a lot of gear for this character. Hi. That is a blood wave necro. That is the most obviously sign of it. Now, the only thing when people said they nerfed Necro, which you, not Necro, but Spiritborn, it's the people who overly relied on, so the people who were relying on Rod, those are the ones who feel it the most. Unfortunately. I mean, the Rod nerf is direly felt, by the way. Don't get me wrong. Damn it. There's an ice shithead nearby. Yeah, have fun. But yeah, other than that, it's more or less, though I do disagree with certain people's political takes, and I had to remind somebody. I happen to randomly open my Twitter, then I see they're getting their local head pats from their local dummy mummy. I mean, look, don't tell me you're not a simp, and I find out you are. It's very depressing by my metrics. And then the person says they're doing it out of moral, righteous cause. Yeah, we understand you are. No, you're not. Not by any stretch of the imagination. But I'm doing it because he's a liar. No, doesn't work this way. I'm doing anything. People watch this in VODs. People watch my stuff in VODs, gay beans. I mean, how does it feel being the, how does it feel to be exactly what I think you are? It makes me sad. Look, you try to say you're not a simp, but you are a simp. Someone needs to not die, but then again, I realize I got my own self dead for a couple more times. See, majority of my stuff is watched in VODs. People forget that. People like gay beans, right? He outs himself. I mean, literally, the man's a male Karen. Also a male feminist. You gotta understand, this man stalks another man, keeps track of other men, says he's not gay, says he's happily married as well. No, I don't believe him. Married people like to spread their own misery. But then he goes to others to get head pats for going after people, which is rather pathetic. I mean, you gotta understand, it just looks weird. Nah, but I've been catching up in news and trying to figure out what to do for, like, the next fucking week. Ugh. See, I've been playing this a lot. I also need to finish up Kingdom Come Deliverance. Oh my god. This has been my game for a week. Gay Beans doesn't understand how to create anything. But people shall never understand. That ends in 8 minutes. That ends in 8 minutes. That should be enough time. I need to start staying healthier. I just have, I feel as I'm getting older, things just catch up to me. Yeah, that's a lot more damage. There's a lot more damage. Yeah. Though I don't have the support though to spam that is. I don't know. The seasons, I will say, tier 4 does. Tier 4 still feels a little too hefty. I'll be very honest. Pits still haven't been fixed. So I figure it's just easier to level this character. But trying to break that, like, tier, like, alone is really more annoying this season. Come on, you're slow. To be honest, if you tell people the secret to spiritborn is not blocking, the secret to spiritborn is having barrier upon barrier, and then living off entirely viscous, the viscous paragon board. That is where your major damage comes from. Because actually, the viscous, other than that, having to look at the whole, I find it funny how, again, I've been actually catching up on things in between being randomly sick under the weather, but one of those. I also have to open up my Twitter and see people talking about Razor Fist. Okay, first off, it's no secret that Razor Fist always has drama, right? Say what you want about Goonergate, right? But it is so funny watching people. I mean, a lot of people don't like him for what he is, right? A lot of people just don't like what he does. And that's fine. Me fucking honest. You also got people like Gay Beans who thinks he can go for owns, but he's really retarded. But he's the type that would bring it up. But it's like, why would you bring up someone else's, like, quote-unquote drop? But then again, I have I know how more YouTubers actively work. I mean, once you watch a person long enough, you actually kinda know how their channels work. But then again, people go, but they're liars! I'm like, not as really as much. I mean, like, if I really want to go for owns, I can just play, the clips of gay beans every time he super chats somebody, and they just laugh at it. Like, I mean, oh no, he talks to Atreus. Man, that's my guy, that is a fucking own. But the irony is that isn't. Something better, or is this just gonna be shit gear? Let me see if this actually gets to be better gear than my other one. I didn't have issues, but I'll probably get better gear. Leaving up to things. Of course, I get reminded I have to mid-max, but I'm like, no, I mean, mid-maxing is something I always do halfway through. Come daisy chain this way. Like the snail trail Gay Beans leaves behind when he talks to Katie. Now, mobbing up enemies is the tried and true classic way of just utterly getting everything done quicker. But it is also the tried and true way to get your ass entirely destroyed by everything. Get destroyed in where probably, to be fair, that is actually where a lot of my deaths in this game come. I get overconfident and dive head first into the enemies. And pray to God that the game does not lag out. Which has been the story of my time in pits. Can I adjust my skill points? No. Thank you. The only problem here is you have to start as I said, this build consumes far too much, like this build will consume basically, let's see, you don't have really a way, like, Rod is the only way to really, can I not refund that? I guess not. I'll live with that for a little bit. I mean, it eats basically vigor like nobody's business, basically. Basically until you get the skills or you get the gems and everything else, you're basically like... It eats everything. It's one of the most resource-intensive variations of this. Understandable. It's the flavor. See, that's not needed. Let me see, is he going for... Not going prism. Let's see what he's going for. That's a pretty good find. So he doesn't have the blood wave fires twice yet. I admire the sacrifice route. I really, really do. I admire the sacrifice route. But minions are far, far, far too capable to just suddenly forget we own them. Minions are too key to necro builds. Now, sacrifice bonus did get updated. So the sacrifice bonus is not as bad as it. The loss isn't as huge. But, I mean, sever... That's a weird set of skills. Like, assuming you're going to go... But then again, right? If I were to do Blood Wave, I would just be doing Cure Blood. You know. Blood and Shadow. But, as I said, one route is... See, the only thing I could think he's going for, and that's probably the... See, the route he's probably going for is going to be the route where you have a bunch of corpses, then you're going to do Corpse Explosion. Now, that isn't the worst route, but you're not creating a bunch of corpses. I mean, you can. I'm not saying it's impossible. I mean, unless you're literally thinking that Blood Mist is somehow your oh shit moment, that it's basically your oh shit, like, get out of jail free card, which, that's on hardcore what you're supposed to do, but Blood Mist is ultimately a trap. I mean, it doesn't do enough damage to justify using it. I mean, you might as well be. I mean, hell, I'd probably go back to Blood Wave. Honestly, I would probably go Blood Wave over the Shadow ult, and it would still be the thing. But that takes up, like, 2 spots. Because if we're... It's like a luxury, right? Basically, it's like what what you find out when you use a lot of uniques. The problem with a lot of uniques is they sound good on paper, but then you realize, let's say you have a weapon unique. You're using very easy. Wham bam, thank you, man. Oh no. Oh no. No, no. Why do I feel like Gay Beans when he went to that music festival that one time? Nope. I'm not him. Okay. So they tell you level up a lot quicker. Oh, come on. You can do better than that. It's okay then. Now, only if this game ever adds dismantle on the go. Right? The day the game adds dismantle on the go. One day, and I keep thinking it, one day they will. But I know they won't. This game shall and will never have dismantle on the go. Unfortunately. Does 2% reduction really matter? Not really. 5% damage, 6%, 9.6, 64, deals 38, dexterity, 5 life. I still would love to see. I would love to see people who call themselves gamers play this. Oh, that's right. Some people would rather play gay games like Far Cry. Now, he's not playing the right Far Cry. He needs to play the good Far Cry where he can live out his progressive fantasy. Far Cry 5. I think that's 5. Or that's 6. Where you can live out, he can, 5 is, yeah, but other than that, as I said, there's like a lot of people. Like, it's funny they're like digging up. Before I forget though, they're digging up a lot of the old stuff on Razor Fist, and then they're not realizing like Casino was trying it. I was just like, okay, yeah. Fortunately, that came across my YouTube feed, so I'm like, oh god. I have literally spent like mindless, like a lot of more mindless stuff in the background usually helps. Especially when I'm doing this. It kind of breaks the monotony, so to speak. This is one of those games, like, it's not that I've done it enough, it's just insane. terms of, it doesn't have the Destiny repetitiveness, but it often has that weird, stupid moments where you have to be focusing on something else, or you just remember what things do. Yeah, but this is more of a fun. It reminds me. Yeah, but no, once this build gets pretty started, it's pretty good. I just don't have the ability to do, See, the thing about it is, right, Touch of Death being core, yeah. But it has a core cost of 70. Yeah. Doesn't really work in this level. In leveling, yeah. It's different than the end game. But it's a good build, as I say. It's not the most timeliest killer. Thing is, it's not the timeliest killer. It's because Dot is one of the slowest kills in this game. But you are bound to kill. But fortunately for this season, there's a lot of stuff that builds dot damage, at least in the witch powers. Should make this character interesting down the line. Which I have high hopes. Now, is it going to be as good as Season of Blood? Right? One could say. Yep, I don't have to do that quest. I can do it if I want. Which I actually think is funny. They don't make us do that anymore. 17 potency, cooldown 41, 38. 4 life per second potency skills. Do I have any? The only potency skill I actually only have one potency skill. But that's life per second, so that's inherently better. Life per second is actually inherently better. Down the line. See, as I said, I already have the weapons for this. It's all on this page. So you already got, like, let's see. I already got the wound drinker for it. I already got, there's the other ring. You already got a ring up here for it. And then I already got here. So that's like 3 of the pieces. The 4 is up here. Now, the question I'm not sure what I want to do is if I want to go this. Now, this would be a test. But you would be going double potency. Oh yes, and I already got the helmet for it. Which would be right here. Yeah, so I'm basically set up for this build once she hits 60. Oh. Which powers are universal? Well. See, I gotta love it when they do this. Basically. Basically, yes. Which powers are... I guess after, you know, you don't have to. You bitch at them enough, they finally would. Let's see. Centipede. Here. Things that are crowd control. See, yeah, this is the only potency I use. But it can be both core and potency. But I would say probably for the base right now, you go there. But as I said, this is a fun little build once you get into it. But this is what I was thinking about too, the witch powers. See how I can delve fully into the poison. Is that aura? No, Eldritch. So your psyche and growth and decay cause one. So that's growth and decay and summon. So that solves my barrier issues. Right off. See, I don't have to dick with the whole... It's so nice not to have to dick with the whole seasonal mechanic. Per character, by the way. Except for the story. mean, they make... Well, the thing is, they make life easier for us, basically. And, okay. I still want to know how I do need to finish out the story, though. I still want to know how they stole heads from the tree. The tree. No shit. But I made the very bad mistake of coming over here first. Which was a really stupid mistake. Very annoying early on. But if you come over here with levels, it's a little bit better. Ah, yes. The fun part about this build, it naturally can get in executes, but the fact alone I get an aura that gives me execute, oh no. By the way. Noon. Sometimes this is where that season where you can make actually really good, odd builds good. Really? Yeah, the first time you fight this bastard, he's a very tanky little shit. Though I haven't crafted one of the good gems yet. Which can think I have a, can think of this as I have a pet Tony. What's the time left on this, 5 minutes, 15. I need to go get that checkpoint, though. Nah, but one thing I do like about this versus Path, I don't... Path is... What the No. Did I miss something? I guess it dropped somewhere. Movement 18. Lucky hit chance. And pretty easy though. Now, one thing I would like is to have all my checkpoints. But no, you have to rediscover them, each and every one. But all in all, hopefully always a better month for me. Either A, I'm not having to deal with some nagging sickness or something stressful. One of the two. It's like right now, it's like tomorrow I don't really want to go out because I don't feel well enough to go out. Kind of bothers me. And usually when I'm feeling under the weather, I don't do shit. See, arguably, we need better cat armor. But we will never have better cat armor. But I saved this, though. But apparently it didn't save. Son of a bitch, down the cliff. No, I hear it. There's a treasure goblin. They ain't gonna live. Really? It didn't escape. I know it didn't. It just died and didn't drop a damn thing. I mean, but for this season, it's been pretty good. I suspect a lot more people will come back in a couple of weeks. It's been a popular game, but as I say, everyone thinks it's dead. Nah, but I also fucked up my internal own. I actually screwed up my. But as I said, part of the thing with this build is getting the. It runs very, as I said, it uses the focus, not focus, but it uses two core. And ultimately, right, you would think you're going to use rod. No, not particularly. You never use rod. You could use rod. I mean, yeah, that's funny, though. The interesting part is, yeah, with rod, touch of death would be free. Mm-hmm. Which sounds retarded. Maybe it could. Which is... But the only problem with rod is you're using the quarterstaff versus the glaive. But part of the reason I was using glaive was due to the vulnerable. The thing is, you have to keep everything vulnerable. Because vulnerable is a lot of good damage anyways. But the problem with vulnerable is making everything vulnerable. Everything was on a chance for vulnerable. Like half your, I hate to say it, a majority of your actual damage comes from vulnerable damage. Unfortunately. You know, I'm pretty sure that was unintended with the modifier. But that whole witch's word that just straight, you son of a bitch. But that whole aura that actually executes, yeah, I can literally make the whole health bar they have poison. I mean, NPCs do it to us all the time, so bear in mind. But that's why we usually die, like, horribly to poison. You're a socket or two? I haven't done that one. But yeah, I'm also just doing a playthrough of Kingdom Come Deliverance. I'm like, in the meantime, there I realized I had to catch up on everything. Oh, it has definitely been an interesting settled week. See, it's like I have to deal with people. It's like interesting. But see, let's assume you're going one focal point, right? You're either going to go glaive or you're going to go polearm. I mean, a lot of it's your glaive. Most of all, as I say, the rest of your damage comes from everything being vulnerable. That's just usually how it is. And without it, your build really isn't doing much. It's like your damage is tied up within the vulnerable aspect, which it's not the end of the world, but definitely like up at the very much the fuck up there is. I mean, you have like usually the thing about a lot of the builds is like if I choose to utterly go and say, oh, I'm going to mid-max this very early on, like, as I say, I hide behind barrier beyond barrier. I mean, unfortunately, That's kind of how it works. You can use DR. But in reality, it's not like... I kind of wish Bubble was back to being useful, but, Bubble at, here's the thing. Bubble at, 90, 90 seconds in this game, at, I'm gonna roughly any level, is a way, way, way too massive of a, like, 90 seconds in this game is probably by far, like, you don't live that long, unfortunately. Because basically, right, at higher difficulties, damage over time, crowd control, anything that's slow, endless talons, falling feathers, mobility, potent exchange, but I'm not using resolve, I ain't using block, I ain't doing that. Aspect of Moonrise doesn't really help me. Bristleback doesn't help me. Conceited does. But yes, I have internally fucked up my own algorithm. Now it's pretty much January for me, though. Yeah, let me see. Anything utility, though? Close enemies are slowed. Man, I guess. A, E, E. You know what? There is a talent that slows, right? Close enemies, therefore. So if you use that and then you... Hold on. You know what? I find this a waste. Right. Hold on. Hold on. Apprehension. Right. Hold on. Now let's mid-max early on. So you can have molasses and you can have the other. Then I just have protector there, which is fine. Here. Increased damage. I mean, you have aspect of creeping death, I guess. You know. It's not as good enough, though. It's because I also use Stinger, though. Okay. Now we're good. So normally I'm like 2 barriers. But if I can actually create a barrier already, I mean, to be honest, this is probably one of the... what do I need? Yeah, this while I'm here, I need to pick up keys. Oh, he's like, if he gets on, I can skip the whole upload process. Though I do hate asking for it. Damn it. Yeah, what am I... What do you know about that clip? Awful. I just did that one, though. Hold on. Yep, that's gonna screw up stuff. Cultist, cultist, cultist. What the Someone did a fucking blue-haired Kratos. Really? Well, I guess that's a twist on a druid. I mean, other than that, your druid just would look horrible. Do it do? No. Ah, you know the better one. Resource, resource, resource. One adaptability, what is it called? Oh yeah, don't let that fool you. Yeah, my gem fragments are in all sorts of shit hell. That is a complaint I do have. So far this season, gem fragments, I swear. Unless you're living in a zone or something, no. Like, half my shit's all over the place. think that's the only downside to, like, I would say the current season. It's because of the, the witch gems are really, really good. Like, those things are like god tier, but they're like 50,000 gems. Royal gems are easy, like. But see, like, the witch gems, they're so expensive. They're, like, royal gems, was it grand? Yeah, no, it's grand gems are 100. Basically. Okay, that's some of them, and that's mostly me. I don't think that's intended. Yeah, I think the fact alone I can just have a poison aura. You know, the only downside is everything at high levels have so much goddamn health. It's just, fuck, they don't, it doesn't matter. You know, at the end of the day. Heal. I mean, the big thing, right, is like, but I'm not joking when this build is nothing but a walking pestilence cloud. And with this season, I am literally beyond that. Normally, I deal with a lot of poison anyways. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is, broken. Oh yeah, this will be a fun build this season. Very much so. Now, the only thing is, ultimately, what weapon I would do. Because what I like to do is I like to poison and transfer the poison over. But at the same time, Craze of the Dead God will kill you, basically. I don't need materials, but I could use leg guards, sure. As I say, the only downside to this build, adorable build, but poison does dick all like fucking high tiers. When everything has like 150% HP. You're just kind of, unless you can execute. Okay, that executes retarded. So if they don't die from the poison, they die from straight execute. I want to say there's an execute aura too, beyond what I have. But gotta remember what it is though. Is it more like... But yes. As I said, this character is a walking death cloud. I kind of figured it would be with the current seasonal modifiers. Basically. Oh yes, this is dumb. Oh, that does work. Oh no, that is not... That is evil. Now, I'd be curious if it works on pits. I don't even have thorns yet, by the way. The funny part is, I don't even have thorns. So, basically, the fear modifier stacks on top of everything else. That's awful. Oh no, that's just awful. I mean, to be fair, it's not as... I put, like... What? Really? That's bad. The only thing is, at higher levels, you have to poison the living shit out of them for them to kill over. But in leveling, you're just a walking pestilence cloud. That's disturbing. That's disturbing how good that actually of a combo that actually is. Believe it or not, that is a very weird combo. And hard to believe I was only like a season off from being very, very stupid and broken in the meta. Leave it to them just to create a, leave it to them to create a class that just allows that. Because the thing is, if they become feared, right? Oh, that's polearm. Polearm would be different. Not too bad, though. Damn it. But yeah, that's basically a good combination, though. Now, the only thing is, does that translate up, though? And I'm not sure, because that would be the trick. I am sometimes shocked when people get themselves killed early on, but I am often keen to remember some people don't min-max, and depending on their builds or gear drops, they're not always the better. What the fuck is going on? Huh? What the fuck? You're tied to that? Huh? You're annoying. Oh, the frog's doing it. Oh, so wow, that's funny. So basically, the frog is pulling it away. Okay, that's the weird disturbing. You're right, fine though. Cute and adorable. But the only problem is when you fear it, it goes back and it heals. So it actually makes it, like, immortal. And there's your problem. Hmm. Oh yes, by the way, this will be a very fun build. So poison frog. Who knew someone as toxic as Tony could be such a good little friend? Strangely enough. Good little name for it, right? See, I read that frog, and it's like funny if it dies, it has like a massive little AoE. It's like, oh god, that is a... See, that's a little... Amulets or helms? Let's go helm. And there's a rogue nearby. Not unusual. Very rare do I hear rogues. But I know there's one nearby. Unless it is. Yeah, I found it. Yep. Right there. The level 37. I heard the sound of a rapid shotgun. So it's one of those few things you can actually just hear right off the bat. Now, but this build works a lot better than I thought it did. Now, part of it is the actual auras from the season. It is kind of the weird auras carrying me. To a degree, very early on. But this is the unintended consequences, traditionally, of when they don't go around checking things. Some stuff gets very broken early on. But this is actually how a lot of, like, the NPCs kill us. Do keep your penance greaves. They're awful. But yeah. No, I had a theory that the whole poison aura... Because the thing is, like, for this build, I always used... was pretty much a giant toxic cloud. I mean... But the downside is you wouldn't kill. You're not really killing, like, normal. You're basically going over... The difference is, right, in the build between the two. 15, 42, 45 damage, vulnerable damage, 42 and crit. Mix up, right? Assume you'd go into Dex. We're talking assume, not Dex. Right? Potency, 10 life. That's a +2. No big deal. 15 life. Speed, attack speed, fire, poison, critical, overpower, poison. .346 dexterity, 2. 15. Nope, I found it. Anything damage over time is always going to be better for me. Damage over time is always going to be the best for me. Oh yeah, that's right too. I need to remember it's amethyst, not the other one. This one was like vulnerable, right? So I didn't know why I put vulnerable. Because it's amethyst. So yeah, I can create 2 coils. See, grands are 2. Well, I mean, grands are. What's that? Soap has. Yeah, so this gives me my resistances early on, though. Yeah, but the thing about this build, yeah, that's... see... Ugh. It's relying on me to have a lot of barriers, basically. Not a lot of barriers, let's see. It can be done. It's a little crazy in the regards. Yeah, but... Yeah, no, it actually works. Because in theory crafting, right, because it's not somebody... most of the time you never see theory crafting in this game. How people actually theory craft. Like, the idea... Because I had this build probably mostly correct. Because it's one of the few times, like, this particular aspect with the barrier is always good. What that stupid thing is called? Yes, infestation. And vigor per kill is... Honest to God, vigor per kill is overrated. It's never, it's not a real thing. See, vigor per kill is like, it's good on gear, but vigor per kill, especially if you're spamming it, never. It's always the potentially the worst. Started armed with Dex, right? So. Done. Done. Be honest though, yeah, life is where you would want that. Like 3 thorns is fucking nothing. It's so weird though that 8 maximum life at like 23 is a thing. That's actually scary that that is like one of the max. I don't even know if that would be like... Because why would... Jesus, I didn't even realize the health pool was that low. See, I didn't even realize it. Jeez, it's been a while. It's like... I'm so used to like that being such higher. Oh yes, you heal maximum 11% every time you poison a healthy enemy. Yeah. Like, don't let that get fooled. The issue there, right, is you're automatically going to poison everything. So, hopefully. attention rate. Slow. The question is really just what you get it. I don't know. Fervor, bristling. Good look up. What? I gotta remember, actually. What actually counts as crowd control. Slow, mobilize, stun, taunt, tether, daze, and shit. Strange. Kills extend. But that's pretty much a very big investment in, like, no, that's a pretty big investment. Heal 1 per second. It be. Did he pop on? But yeah, that's pretty good though. But I don't know if I'm gonna have that much room. Let's bear in mind that's gonna be unique. That's gonna be unique. Only that will be there, and that will be unique. And that will be unique. And that will be unique. So I'm gonna have like 3 armor pieces. Huh. I don't think it would take that long to level, but if he does it. Yeah, no, like, actually. See, the only problem with, like, a setup like this is you're not going to have enough. And I think the problem I found with this, like, some of these skills, is they don't level up well. So I'll have that. That's the only thing is I don't think a lot of these skills level well. Be level 100 by... I'll be right back. Yeah, see, I'm not gonna get that lucky and get somebody getting rid of, like... no, it's not. That was my question. Legion. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. There's a world boss, though. See, let me get over there. But see, my only thing about and I think I've looked at it, is I actually dropped. I actually dropped. Like, I had the circle, but I was all like, oh, it's going to be a good skill. I'm like, no, it's not a good skill. Like, it looks good on paper, but then again, right, if I was actually a pure... Like, if you were a pure DOT build, that's different. Because the idea, right, is you're doing a base amount of damage, then they backload any damage over time. That's what doesn't make sense about damage over time effects, because Path has the same inherent issues. Because you gotta understand, Path has the same problems. Right? Path front loads all DOT. Well, that's actually, sorry, backloads. That means it's in the ticks, it's not in the initial. And dot does not feel good when what happens is that doesn't feel great when you're trying to build out a character or deal damage. This later. I thought he was using that one staff. He must have changed his staff. He literally must have changed his staff. He actually got one of the weird staffs. Fastest way to level. So the idea you can do penitent at like 30. Now, as long as you actually have skills. Now, see, they are supposed to do something. So I don't know, they talked about doing the class shared Paragon boards at one point. But I have a high doubt they do it. They will ever do it. But the big deal about a lot of stuff, like builds here, like, I would pretty much put this build being potential, like, time running, probably not. But because half the stuff is not going to scale up well. Like, if everything at a level has, like... Because you gotta understand, everything at basically this level has, like, thousands and thousands plus XP. It's like 120%. Was it 130? No, 125. Like 235. It's almost like 140%. Sometimes it's like 200. It's like really 100, straight 150%. So poison may just not have a really beneficial effect. It might actually kill, but it ain't gonna kill like you think it will kill. Wow, so I had her deconstructed to actually do it. What the actual fuck? I tell you. See, he's about, like... He's about... 41. And when you start getting into, like... Oh no, I'm gonna lose unspent glyphs. I don't have glyph XP. But I'd be very curious how this scales up. Because I don't think... Well, I mean, if I get enough multipliers, vulnerability, slash everything else... Like, if I get vulnerability... Tier 3, yes. Tier 4, probably not. Tier 4, everything is going to have far, far, far too much health. No offense. I've played this game long enough to know that. Oh, nope. The Trinclave. Ah, yes. This spear is like the special one. This is Shattered Val. Somewhere. The sword staff. Yeah, not a very good name for that one. That's like a Naginata. Naginata, yes. That's the way you would say it. It's used like, and ironically, that's actually what they call it. Naginata. It's kind of its purpose, though, being the see. And it's just a grandiose look. Again, who says you ever have to pay for cosmetics in this game? You never have to pay for cosmetics. That's what I like about it. Never had to. Unless I really wanted to. And there's actually a skin for spiritborns I actually like. Which I'll probably pick up because it's the Oni skin for this character. And it will probably become the permanent one that I use. But yeah, they're gonna do one for, but they're gonna do like, they're basically gonna do it for all the characters. No shop, sorry. Hold on. This is the rogue, right? Let's see. Yeah, see right here. This is the spiritborn version. That's the one for the spiritborn. That's what I'll probably pick up. More than but it's done in the same vein as the one for this, for Barbarian and Rogue have one. I'm pretty sure that Necro will get one event in due time. The Rogue one actually looks really, really good. But the Rogue, then again, bear in mind, you know, top tier option. Really honestly depends on how quick, stupid, and rare they actually make the, oh no, you don't. How the fuck did I get out of that? How the hell did I survive that? My protector did not do a good job, apparently. But I remotely have probably, I think, about... I want to say I have about a good 70% of this codex done. Like, because what, collection, right? Let me see. So, what's funny is I have all the aspects, but majority of the actual aspects are like 80%. That's what's weird this season. Like, almost all my aspects are like nearly maxed out. Everyone. Hey, but I cannot nail a single mythic in about 50 something runs. But my friend here can get like 2. Like, he's got like 3 or 4. Nothing to be jealous about, to be honest. Shit happens. But I'm getting better ancestral gear, though. So. Yeah, but no, all in all, though, like, what I do have planned, Brad, is I don't know if we're going to do it this month. And I need to figure out how to work in some commentary stuff. But this is pretty easy. The spell, like, but I do this at the beginning of every Diablo season, by the way. I'm always grinding, like, the first. You'll be the first hit. Now, I usually choose a character I like. Usually it was a necro. You would think. Now, I'm probably going to go Shadow Necro. Now, I don't feel that the sword... So, the sword version, right, uses Razor Wings, Quill Volley, which is way up here, right? So it's Quill Volley. It's a mobility based. So you're doing here, you use Soar. So what is it? That's like what? 1, 2, 3. I don't think it uses like 2 jaguar. And the thing is, it uses like 2 jaguar. Basically. Like, you can use the Seeker, like, but I didn't like the Seeker, which is the last one, so I used the other. But it's a pure mobility. It's like pure mobility, basically. Like, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you'll have 2 Jaguar abilities. Like, I've 2 Jaguar, you probably can use the Hunter, or you can use Seeker. Or you can use... It's not really Rushing Claw. Basically. And then you have basically, because you're using the unique that turns your evades into soar, basically. It's the unique that turns all your... It's... So as I said, it's mostly a mobility class. It uses these. So your evade is soar. You have 4. I forget which one it uses. It uses like one of these. It uses that one. But then it's like, see, I like this one right here, Protection of the Prime. But again, I haven't really seen anything that uses it. I haven't seen anything ever uses. Like, it's a really good one, but it's like, oh, damage reduction while standing still. But yeah, that might be it. But it's definitely a weird thing, though, right? It's like, eh. Yeah, see, I've gotten a whole bunch of these this season. Just fucking first week. It's ridiculous. I gotta minimize them now. But yeah, you use this as a base. Right here. And then you have like 5 evades. The thing is, you have 5 evades. But it's Eagle, Eagle Jaguar, basically. And it works. It's just son of a bitch. Damn it. The one time I didn't fucking move. That was my bad. How the hell does it spot me versus him? I didn't have a... Ugh, well... Now, my only concern is going to be the shielded enemies. Because the idea of the shielded enemies. Shielded enemies don't take poison. Yeah, but if I'm not going to do any gaming, it's at least like that. Because I just screwed my entire metrics up on my channel in January. Being half sick. But ain't going to kill me, though. It ain't going to be the end of the world. I was not counting on being sick over half this month. IRL was just very shitty this month, timing-wise. So I have my target times I like to stream, but that got all shit to hell. Hell in a handbasket. Nah, Path of Exile 2, it's just... I can tolerate it. I'll see what it's like in March. But I still prefer Diablo. It's the Path 2 is... It's still a technical nightmare. You can't look at Path and then never say it doesn't run like a piece of shit. Every time I try to go run that game now, it's... I gotta run that so it doesn't eat up 100%. And the problem is, and that is entirely on net, right? So I have a current gen Ryzen, like Ryzen 7, basically. The thing is eaten up. It will eat up every bit of RAM it has. And it's very cluttered. Like, it's an environment like this, but they value every single pixel, every single corpse, every single thing too much. So it weighs down all the environments. And I happen to play a witch over there, so... Which is like the necromancers here. Which also creates havoc on the game engine. So if you go spamming skills, you're going to have a great deal of fun. Yeah, but prior to the season, I was over there. You know, the only thing that sucks, I don't see her. Because I would be curious how much of the, we all know at least some of the witch powers are going to make it out of the season. I'll be very curious. I kind of wish the frog would make it out, but I don't think the frog will make it out. Like, actually, what was it? Some of the stuff in Season of Blood made it out. Like, Moonrise, Metamorphosis. I know a lot of the Bloodlance stuff did. Because almost all the Bloodlance stuff, additional? all the almost all the Bloodlands enhancements from that season of Blood made it out. I'd actually have to go back and look. But they came out modified though. So really. Because there's some stuff in some of the other classes, but overall it was the main stuff that did. Oh, I'm gonna pretty much tell you which. But yeah, usually in the seasons like this with modifiers, likelihood, yeah, so metamorphosis. Yeah, so it was this one. Touch of the Accursed, Moonrise. A lot of the Bloodlands. What is that called? See, I don't have it. See, not Boiling Blood. Moonrise came from that season. But yeah, like Bloodlance, like but yeah, like quite literally. But I will be very, very curious how many of these make it out. I don't think that's gonna be the multi-part do. Like maybe an aura. Maybe the auras could make it out. Somehow I think the auras could make it out. But I don't think, as much as it'd be cool to have a poison frog, I mean, that never would. But like the spirit, I don't know. I could. Thematically, it just depends on how well it would adapt to the rest of the game, to be honest. Because a lot of what we have already is like, oh, I'll be the first to admit this barrier this season, like that barrier ability on top of stuff makes anything good. Like Spiritborn can easily take advantage of that. I mean, it would be a universally good, but I highly doubt they would do it. I mean, it as it stands, if they gave that on a barbarian, oh dear God. Like, that on a barbarian, which is nothing but health, and it's like 25% of their health. I want you to think about that. 30% of the health. Let's even say it was 15. Right? That's a passive barrier. I could only imagine of that just chew through. But then again, right? Barriers do last or die more. The only reason a barrier is maintained on a Spiritborn is because multiple. She looks different. Not the glyph that I need, but the glyph that works. Oh, I need to change my portal. Yep. Now, the only question I have ultimately is how the hell does this shit scale up? Now, that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see if this scaled up, and potentially, weirdly enough, I can find out. See, in a way, you lose a lot of, like, you lose more or less there's movement speed. See, I was looking at that. See, 42%, 50% double damage, right? Pestilence, Swarm, right? So 30%, 42%. I mean, I think if there weren't a season, this one would be superior. Ish. Now, that's saying, right, that's, for the most part, that's the only question is, how does that sync up, though? I mean, but bear in mind, the funny part about this build, you get a lot of passives. Like, this build will give a shit ton of passives. Like, in no certain terms do you roughly never have passives. I think quite literally when I go to my other character, like, this is the funny thing about that character, that I get, like, plus, I think it's, like, one of the characters that I get, like, literally a plus, like, you would think, like, even without a Harley Quinn, it's just that stupid. Yeah. See, I love that. I really do. Right? I love that. But it's missing one key feature. One. That's the thing, it's missing one feature. Look, I like damage on my amulets. I like that. But look, double armor on your amulets, because at 1,000, right? Because here's the thing. At like 1,000, I wouldn't dare go out in tier 4. But I have to actually just roughly see what I'm... I hate to break that. You know what? You get broken down. Unfortunately. It's an unrestrained power. Hold on. I know that node. Can't think of where it is, though. Hold on. See, here's the thing about this, though. This one gets weird because when you get into your paragons for this, because I gotta see where all my points are light. Because I gotta remember, what is unrestrained power? What's that? Fortunately, that's been a while since I bid this build. We're talking about a passive that makes... That's unrestrained power. Okay, now I got it. So unrestrained... Ooh. That is disgusting in its own right. That is a passive 4. You see, unrestrained power is actually... Yeah, that's actually really good. In a way. Strange way. But, as I say, it's not entirely. Because this class is... This one is utterly, when I say it's designed by its uniques. See, like, a full 4-star of this is like God tier. You know. Initially, I planned to use this. Initially. Right? I was like... I thought about using this. But you need a lot of endurance or health. And every damage you take, right? It's like if you spend vigor, it heals you. Like Jack of the Ship, like it can do that. But it's like it's supposed to work. But last time I used this, this didn't. It's not very fun when you wind up using like 5 abilities, which are again, it's probably something that so it buffs endurance. Okay. I'll give that to you. I don't have room for... See, the thing about it is, it would be... Let's say endurance, right? See, this is endurance. Now, realistically, right? Defensive tree. Sorry, where is this? Defensive. See, counterattack is defensive. Now, it would make sense to branch into that one, but probably not. Because 2 of the main attack skills I use is, you have, well, kind of what winds up happening is, you go Stinger, which Stinger is advantage mouse right there. Now, if you were using Rod, meaning if you did use Rod, It would be funny as fuck because both are free. What winds up happening is anything but. That's unrestrained power. See, unrestrained power being +4, being 7. Yeah, that would be. But yeah, it's still a bigger. See, I'd actually have 2 focus abilities. Believe it or not. If I think about it. I tried doing Quill volley at first. Like I was gonna do this with Quill volley. Then you somehow realize it's a little bit different, like in the core, because I have room for like one more that isn't. Like it depends like which one does more damage though. Because the problem with a lot of this build is, like I said, half of it, majority of my stuff is tied up in dot. Which, bear in mind, a lot of it, that being tied up in dot, is just asking for death or bad things. Actually, hold on a second. Your focus skills benefit from all their upgrades and their potency deals. The only thing is about this, that, now that I'm looking at it, the only class that could take advantage of, the section of class that could take advantage of that, would maybe be a vortex and a what is that? Oh, that would be better definitely on the soar, because the soar would be because these were all your focuses are. See, like Ravenger, like, I mean, to be honest, right? This is just a passive. That's where the new quarterstaff goes here, and our new quarterstaff goes like for any of these 3. This is just a defensive passive, actually. But that would actually work. Now the only problem with Soar is Soar has the ability to be very miss. That there's only one problem in this inherent build that is very apparent in given due time if it's ever used. And somebody gave me touch death. Oh. It's this one. So I know I have something that gives me touch of death in the air. As a passive. Basically, you pick up a lot of passives. So, when you're... so, like, when you're basically... without having a basic, you are very much heavily dependent upon... the only problem with this build, right, is, like... any build like this, it either uses mana or it's just using the defensive ability. Now, in reality, that's not the end of the world, but usually. But that's the only... it's just a stranger build. Because when you get into a lot of the... when you get into a lot of the others, it isn't truly that far off. Like, see, if you don't have a rod, see, I would say on it. See, Zectopec, that one gets left in the dust because it's not used. This one got a rework. See, Washu's got a rework, though. They actually did, I forget what they did, they actually kind of buffed it in a way. But as I said, like, that's one of the bigger ones. I knew. Stupid. I knew I did that too. I still have a bunch of these. Like, I've gotten like 4 of these. Like, literally. I've like gotten like, for the games, like, this is the game telling me they need to be used. Unfortunately, I don't want to use them. Now, unfortunately, a lot of people aren't going to ask for... but this is the new one for the season. Now, do I think this was the replacement? Is it on power level of Rod? Yes. Like, here's the thing. Rod. That would make those 3. Unironically. And they could cast double. That should scare the living shit out of things if I ever got that crazy with it. If I ever wanted to go that insane, and depending on the power level, because what I usually use is I use that. I use I don't know, this is what I used last season, basically. Because it has the other, because that's actually 3 potency skills. And it being 3 potency skills is a lot stronger. Now, the only thing that... and it nearly killed me last season with Craze of the Dead Gods, is you do take direct poison. You do... if you take too much direct damage, you will literally die, and then pray that they actually... the problem is, you will nearly die in the process. So, it helps to have a shit ton that's the thing. It helps because of that. Like, that's just how it goes. Because you're gonna wind up basically dying due to your own point. Well, technically, you're supposed to spread it to the enemies. Right? It's the concept of it. It's spread to the enemies. But it can kill you. Just because of the sheer, your poison bar. So, if you get around a lot of enemies that are smacking you, and apparently there is some sort of dumb modifier that, and it's not even a dumb modifier, like, it can, well, it's weird, like, technically, they don't hit you, but they hit you, kind of shit. Like, hitting your shield should not touch you. But don't tell the game that. They don't think that. Basically. Now, if I get creative, you have extra thorns. Now, see, this, like, gives... Now, but the problem, as I said, comes from you're going to be not having a ton of these. You know, unfortunately, you make it into the fold. That was a successor chess piece to the one that I had before. Hold on. Damn it. Yeah, oh yes, we have loadouts this season, but I'm way, way too lazy to actually have to go in and do it. The loadouts should extend to, thing is, loadouts should extend to, basically paragons. Again, go figure if they do. You wish to experiment with that, go ham. See, I picked that up, and surprisingly, if it doesn't look it, it's going to be really good. Because the fact that one of the main skills I use is Scourge. Scourge is the centipede that comes out of the ground. So, that's a passive increase on it. Now, okay, let me see this. How much this... Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about right there. Mystic Circle, right? It deals that. 1,400 damage is absolute ass. Like, not gonna lie. Like, 1,400 damage, like, even if it were, it, like 6 seconds, right? And assuming you can take a poison damage higher, yeah, no, that's like, I think that's the other issue with like half the centipede skills. Like, see, that's the issue with like half the centipede skills. Like, they just don't. Half their damage is tied to like over 6 seconds, over that, so it becomes very weird. And it's one of those things of, yeah, that makes. What's funny is that actually makes both of these free. Let me see something. What does this look like? So, like, because you can see a lot of the damage in this is front loaded. I mean, it's back loaded, sorry. A lot of poison damage is utterly back. Like, it's built on the back of the damage, where. And this is where this build is. If you can get the execute, there's a couple of things that do it. Let me see. So, yeah. Like, the Paragon board for this is insane, but, like, I would need roughly, like... I mean, I don't think I would change my Paragon board, though. Strangely enough. Like, I know what it looks like. Going out of the board. Because what I wind up using. Yeah, try remembering your Paragon boards every season. I dare people. Because I won't. So I'm not going to have the ones for it. I'm definitely not going to have the total ones for it. See, this is what I didn't like about a lot of these boards. And it turns out, right, because convergence... See, I only have one or two skills that take advantage of it, right? If you are, but like... See, here's the weird thing. A lot of these boards, see, Infighter doesn't work. See, that gives you Thorns. Viscous Shield is 3. Bitter Medicine is 4. That is 5. But, as I say, Convergence is one of the absolute few you wind up using. Like, and that's usually a bigger issue with, like, when you come into these boards. Like, half the ones you're using, like, that legendary node, I'm not taking advantage of. think it's kind of like I can easily take advantage of, like, the vortex, but in reality, it's a huge mess. Honest to God, like, half the skills don't feel right. Now, there was a reason this is this way. Because I had to redesign this to live in tier 4. And see, I need to be able to get out of the board. Because I literally had to restructure all of this just to get out of the board. And then minimize it out. See, this board is kind of the least used board. I mean, okay, so a lot of Spiritborn is utterly designed for you to have it is designed for you not to be on one. Like, you are not meant to be doing, like, it is so totally meant for you to have, two damage types. It's not utterly meant for you to have that. Let's see. Oh yeah, trust me. This is a port that I literally had to... It drove me crazy because one of the two, right? So, and it really depends on the armor if I don't have enough armor. Right? It's so stupid. Because this is just how sometimes dumb the Paragon is. Okay, so one of the biggest secret damages we have as here is this. Okay, it's viscous. Viscous is one of the... It's probably the only sore, let's say, core of the reasoning why half of our damage is sometimes really high, but yeah, I mean, if they nerfed it, we'd be... I mean, but a lot of this right here is assuming you have strength, right? Because a lot of... Because I actually had to physically change out a lot of nodes. Like, not just the nodes of the ones I use. Because it is designed around Stinger of, it's like, initially it's around, like, Stinger of Death, Sting of Death, no, Touch of Death and Stinger, which is... I see how I get out. So this is barrier generation, right? So yeah, but I'm a crit strike god when it comes to, like, the other items. See, it turns the build into just really stupid. But what half makes a lot of this tick is this. See, I changed out uh, bitter medicine. See, this is I don't like it. Right after you heal, it's real easy to heal, but like bitter medicine's really low for what it is. Like bitter medicine. Well, where's the other? Yeah. Like you would think it is front loaded, but the whole thing they really do need to increase, I say potentially like the backloading damage is fine. And I'd be very curious with, but the problem is with the current health pools, it's insane. I'm just gonna try to get to the next one. And I already had to I redid this I towards poor last season. Like, let me see. Thorns, right? Hold on, let me see if they changed this one. Yeah, see, this is a pure Thorns board. See, there's cooldowns up there. It's kind of a very similar board because I combined the two trees. But as I said, this is just they never show. See, a lot of people just never see this. And I swear to God, if have people see this, you would. My people. And what's sad is I only have. It's funny I don't use. Now, see, I don't use these because apparently I had enough armor, which when you have more than enough armor, let me see. And see, this allows me to get into here. See, part of it is I have access to a lot of nodes. Where this labor of build was straight. See, I don't know if I have to go into this over here. And I went into this. Because, like, you know, I guess when you have, like, a shit ton of extra points, you probably could. I mean, but healing received is part of the build. So, yeah. See, there's barrier regeneration up here. And that's in, because there is barrier regeneration. In, because the thing about here, usually when you're talking about different ones, you probably need to go up into here. But a lot of these, like, it would help. Like, see, stuff that's like generic damage nodes is just 10% flat damage. Never changes. But this is also implying that I literally get my... see. Strangely enough, that isn't the... I mean, you still have to kind of go through here. Because it's part of the reason I came up through this board, unironically, was... it's these. So, majority of my stuff is non-physical. So, now, the problem itself, as I said, most of my damage is loaded back-ended. So, most of my shit's back end, which is ticks. Which, I wish they would have changed. Entirely. Like, 30%, 40%, sure. But, poison, tell me what good is poison if the highest stuff you're doing is not. Which begs the ultimate question. So you see all these. 10% non-physical, right? 10% non-physical is exactly what you think it is. I mean, physical damage and non-physical is anything that is As I said, when I figured this build out, sure. Now I guess I get lucky that they... Now there is a board down here. It is used in it's used in a lot of the others. Like I literally, if it's damage, I probably do it. See, this board has built-in fire resistance and healing. So, like, the idea was you would have a lot in healing. So what you can afford, it's like what you can roughly afford. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm like my critical. Like the thing is, right? Like critical hit damage is good if you are. What is that? Yeah, I'm at like 40-something% right now. I don't know if that's a passive or I don't know if that's passive or the regular. I don't know if that's passive. Could be. But a lot of this was more closer to the final build that I had because the fact that yeah, like the weapon I used, everything else. I mean, of course, this is like the furthest. I mean, ideally, right? So the problem with this board, right, is this board is usually done like that because you're taking up through. See, it goes here, 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 over. And you're going through the middle, and then you're cutting down into dodge chance. Right, so you're cutting down in the dodge chance. These just are armor nodes, life nodes. These are... That's just... I initially had cut up into here. I kind of had initially cut up into there for the heart. Like, basically it's like... Jesus. Game. Someone has emotes on. So you don't really... So if you cut through here, it was the easiest way to get up to this node. This node works, but these nodes are like if you need a lucky hit chance. But a lot of the lucky hit chance nodes are tied to... They're tied to, like... Sorry, brain farting. Lightning damage. Or lightning resist. Majority of them. So, like this... Like you could briefly touch through here. Just like poison resist. But you are not going to have an issue with poison resist. That is just the biggest thing with this build. Like, it's going to be like getting these keys up, right? See, that's poison. And that's just armor. Armor and poison. That's just generic. And the whole thing about armor, right, is... Okay, see, a problem is a lot of uniques don't give armor. So that basically means my boots and my thing have to give armor. But a majority of our armor comes from that. Basically. Now, a big thing is resist all. Right? So the idea is resist all. See, would I roll that too? It's the question of I roll that to armor. Well, that's a no-brainer. That really is a no-brainer. Hold on. There's a reason I do that. I just spotted a 35% damage. Wow. Fortunately. I forget what the highest is. I want to say it's 50. $47. What the fuck? That would be so good, but that can't be on there. I'll have to get it on something else. Keep that one. Now, weirdly enough, right, it's just like dodge is but if you got stuck with that, sure. I wouldn't want to get stuck with that. Look, this is where I would rather just pay like a certain amount of materials. You have to kind of get lucky with it because it's very hypothetically you could brick items. Now, this is very where it's key. Where I have a specific I like. And this is probably where you do risk ironically it's one of the harder to get. Probably gonna have to go load into my other character and get those scrolls. That's exactly what I had extra. It's actually why I had those extra done. Because I need those. And I'm going to go to my other character a second. So if an item breaks, you can only roll it twice. So you can only re-roll once. I mean, to be honest, they really should allow multiple re-rolls. But I should have put those scrolls in my stash. But I didn't. Like a fool. Anyways. It's not actually where I roll stuff anyways. I don't normally roll stuff there. I'm like a well, call it a superstitious person, right? Borderline superstitious. I do most of my rolling. In one or two places. If one goes bad, go to the other. So, call it the quote unquote lucky spot, so to speak. Right. Now the problem is getting the rolls. I kind of like this place is open, right? But it screwed up my navigation of this place when they made this place a better. It's kind of like I always said, why didn't they make the place an actual hub? And then they wind up doing it, and then it starts looking weird. But yeah, poison is... Now I have to... See, now I have to get the rolls right. So, what I may wind up having to do is... have a very big feeling. Because I'm going to have to re-roll this one. Care about those. Honest to God, like half these. Actually, the only ones I do, like, a lot of stuff is just pure RNG. It's like, good. It's like, yeah, watch you get bricked. I should not say that. I don't. I've actually bricked a really good item before. Oh, do I try? Scares the living shit out of me. Again, there's a reason I roll right here. I usually roll right here for a reason. Still saying, a little bit of my lucky spot, so to speak, when it comes to, look, I'm not quite as superstitious in Genshin, because Genshin, you know, people usually have a spot or something they pull, but usually when I forge in this game, I always forge here. I used to forge over in Kedbardu, but actually I used to forge in Kedbardu, but I changed that. So, fugitive heads are used for gems, basically. Hold on. By the way, them literally moving this guy over here really screwed up the vibe of the place, didn't it? Galia, I knew I talked to you. I know here. I know she's here. No, it's the healer. It's the other. Galia. Galia might not be here for the time being. Unia. Get out of the freaking. Yeah. It's like supposed to be. Like, so you can craft these. Supposedly, right? I'm wondering why it says I cannot, like, take it. It says bring it. Oh, you got bet. What I bet I have to get through the whole quest to do it. Yeah, I gotta get through the whole quest to do it. Anyways, back to what I was doing. That's perfect. 545. Here. Now I need. Unfortunately, you're not gonna cut it. This isn't gonna cut it. I mean, like, here or here, right? Depending on it. Something issue. So those could be good. Worst come to worst. Could do those. Oh, you know what I haven't rolled? I haven't rolled these. Yeah, see, I swear, every time I'm here, it's at least at 80%. So. been the spot that I always do it. Sting. See, barrier regeneration, right? Because, see, it's either going to be stinger size or barrier generation. Again, right? Tolerate scourge size. Let's see. The only time you get blues in this game, unfortunately. Well, these blues at this level. But that's your gamble mechanic. It's meant to be, it's actually meant to be that way. No, this is shit. Okay, I see what my friend was talking about. Yeah, whatever they did. Oh, God. Yeah. Fuck. Ain't fucking with him. Jesus. Yes, that's, it's gonna be... That's bad. That's damn downright bad, though. See, okay. My friend Lava, right? He started the same day I did, about, well, like after he's been living out here more. Not that I didn't disbelieve it, right? The reroll chances on that, on him, have gotten worse. Like, I've never... I don't think I've ever seen it, like... I want to say I've never seen him that bad. That's the strange part. I've never, like... Oh... Did I? Fuck, What? I'm an idiot. I'm probably going to be living with that one. Because of reasons. I mean... I think I'm going to be living with that one. I did not mean to do that. See, the thing in this board is I can get a lot of life. It's good for you, Theo. Me, I've been doing this. I'm just theory crafting. God damn it. I'm an idiot. I chose the wrong thing. Literally chose the wrong thing. Man, I could forego... What's, like... 2%? Like, what's 2% of... whatever? technically life is what I need, right? The joke. I mean, armor I need as much as life. Like in tier 4, you don't want anything less than like really 2,000 armor. But I kind of screwed that up. See, the only other thing would be thorns. Yeah, hold on. It's more ironic if I did do thorns. But see, I'm already at the point I'm missing decks, so technically my dex is only coming from here, right? So my dex is only coming from this item, this item, yeah, that one, which will be the source of my dex, and these gems. These gems are only the source of dex. So, yep. Unfortunately. I wouldn't say dodge chance would be the biggest shit. I mean, what the actual hell? I did not mean to brick that. I meant to roll off critical. Was it? The one. I meant to roll that. Because all I'm going to wind up getting is like, see, movement speed, right? But I do need movement speed, so it's not really a choice. And the problem here is see, a lot of this is just pure random chance, right? Some stuff is better. And once that gets in place, I can look at the final parts. So I got to hunt for pants. So this character doesn't need dodge as much as my other does. My other one needs dodge a lot more, just because I don't know, this one more or less has the execution versus the other one, which is more in combat. Quite frequently. So now I need 1, 2, 3, 4. Take it down to tier 2 and see. See, a lot of my armor is going to come from that amulet. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go into armor nodes. Unfortunately. But that's why I have all those extra, right? Because they go into... That's why in the tree I went into the armor nodes. So, if you're wondering, people. That's why I have in my other one, compared to my Quill volley, I go into more armor nodes. Because 1600 armor on tier 4 ain't gonna cut it. That's just the thing. Like 1600 armor is pretty damn low. At least on tier 4. See, I would be at 2000 if I hadn't bricked that one. But the idea is I need life anyways. If I had bricked that, I'd be like at 2000. What happens, right? Now this place bricks pants, like my stuff, like... There we go. Go. I mean, dodge chance probably isn't as lethal as I like to think it is, but... That's perfect. Centipede. I could go centipede, right? Centipede. I don't know. Scourge size would probably be what you need. I mean... But... To be fair... Vortex is... I won't lie. The Vortex at like 100... I think, what? My other one's at like... It takes up a small room. And it's a fact that, strangely enough, is pretty big for, like, what it is, so... Okay. Now I gotta settle on a weapon, though. Unfortunately, the weapon will... Because Because I'm not sure what weapon I want to use on her, in all honesty. Like, rod is a good concept. Like, but I have over the concern about. See, this is the issue. That 400. That's nothing on the grand scheme. You know, that's really not like. And it's worse on the other stuff. Can't use that. Pretty sure that that one's going to be staying more. Now, I mean, vigorous isn't terrible, right? It's like. Like. And a lot of that just depends on actually what you're using. Like I said, like my resistance is 9. Is all levels of fucked. Oh yeah, my resistance is like all levels fucked. I mean, we're talking for at least tier 4 purposes. Yeah. There is something I can do. Ironically, if I wished, I mean, there is something I can do. See, if I were, like, my resistances are really, really bad. Really, 26% more. Like 26. Such a waste, though. Honestly, if I were to play this character, I would have to see. Lightning, armor, life. It's only 3%. That might be why initially I went into this one up here. Because these nodes are both like 6% fire. Because poison resistance is not a problem. Because what I think the gear that I actually carried, like if I really wanted to play this, I'd go this right here. And then wind up never having issues. The only downside is, oh yeah, no, I still have issues. Because that is how negative my resistance is. Here. It's actually how negative. So like poison would be like 80. Right? Means something sees me and kills me. Honestly, I think even if I had like all resist, like even if I had all resist here, all resist here, and all resist here, like 40 or so. But I gotta decide on the weapon for this character though. Like, rod isn't gonna be it. Like, I don't think rod would be. Like, I don't think it's gonna be, because I know it's not gonna be rod. I am definitely gonna have to replace those though. And it's not gonna be like a weapon like this. I mean, if I go Washu, right? Washu Pack, which is one of these, you're either gonna go more life or you're gonna go, what, supremacy? Because that is a downside. Like, here. Because that is a big difference. Like, if I go Washu, right? Because that, like, is. That gives me supremacy, anyways. Right? So, supremacy. What? See, okay. If I went Rod, right? 30% sex maximum. Blah, 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 blah. Sure. Rod is the... Jesus Christ. Rod would be the... Honestly, it's either... So, the idea would have to be Rod. I mean, there's not going to be that, because basics, like... Unless you're spamming basics. It's either Rod or Washu, honestly. Even though the funny part is I used a normal one of these for the longest time. Just because I was just stacking the shit out of vol damage. Because that actually determines, like, so that's 120 potency. So that's what, 120 potency? Like 1 or 2? 390. That just has more life. I mean, right now I'm good on life. Dex is where... But I'm nowhere near the dex cap like my other one is. Like, my other one is so near the dex cap. Like... What's downright scary is how much poison resistance I have. Because this is what I used last time. See, that's just something I have to sit down with. This pole arm is, see, I felt like... Then again, I think why I did it was one cost, one too many. How are you, Allah? So the idea... Oh, yeah. Poisoning is increased 100%. Oh, I'm gonna go measure just for shits and grins. Scourge. Right. So next is there. Weird. It's got an extra by 20%. So I don't do anything down here, but I need vehemence. And see if I use depending on the weapon I use. And that's where I have to decide is the weapon. Because arguably it has to be endurance. I mean, endurance is like 10 bigger, which gains 70. Actually, let me read something. I'm not sure. Chance for potency. See, I want to say that new weapon is potentially good, right? I'd have to try it. I don't know if it would work. Focus skills benefit from all their upgrades. See, that's something I have to sit down and look at. Because the difference between a wushu, right, and like because constantly having a barrier is very key. That's why actually you have why you have a lot of life is because I guess what gave 120 swords. What? Let me see something. See, like 360, right? You have a barrier. That's if you can take advantage of thorns. But you don't worry about the diminishment. That's just the downside. See, the only issue I'm finding... See, it's not here, right? And it all depends on this, too. See, eventually, it's just because I settled with that. Yeah, so I'm literally at the plus of 80 of my character down. Doesn't really matter where I go. See, I don't even know if I feel safe testing this. Like testing it in 3 even is dangerous. But I need to go to my other character and do some... Probably go to... Damn, even in tier 2 my stats are shit. Yeah, that's what I figured. Tier 2 my stats would be like... So the only way... Christ, I'm a stick, man. Yeah, that's worse. So, the gear I'm absolutely going to need is... like... all have all resist. And even then, 31%? 31? About 50? Man, that is... like, that chess piece is good. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. Even if you have all resist, which is 11 from here, yeah, basically, even if I turned all of these to diamond, so even if I turned all of these to diamonds, what the flying fuck? Yeah, this is pretty bad. So even if I turn those all to diamonds, yep. 12. Oh boy, see, I'm gonna have to go hunt for gear for this character. 36. 36 with 2 all resist. realistically, it's playable in Torment. I mean, it's absolutely playable in Torment. It's like playable in Torment, though. Yeah, I'm gonna probably... Yep, for the most part. I mean, I can squeeze out resistance here, though. 6%. No, I mean, if I come up here, right, that's 5. What is that, 11? Yeah, you'd be talking about squeezing out. Yep, squeezing out resistance here. That's probably why I have to come up here. And then get into basically all resist. And see what if I go into the life nodes, right? Because basically the concept would be if you don't go into the life nodes, offset any of the armor loss or the other ones. But I need to go to that other character anyways. Oh boy, that is going to be something. I forgot about that. I'm going to need a lot of gear. Specific gear. Because to offset that, yeah, because the thing is to offset the oh no, this one. Why? Does it have to be this one? Yeah, so basically, I have to get gear that, I mean, either you offset the health loss or the other. Right. Yeah, to do that, you have to offset your, like, if you don't have at least 60 or 70 resistance on, like, tier 4, yep, that's going to be the part. Tier 2 to tier 3, that character's easily playable. I mean, 20 is passable even at... Boy, that is not good. Right. But yeah, that's what this character's for. Like, hopefully, like, this character, like, is still good. Don't get me wrong. Like, it is a very finicky character. Very gear-dependent character, but I had to go through very, very a lot of gear just to get to him where he is. Really? He can run away. Yeah, but this is Quill volley, though. Quill volley is a little bit different. Why does it have to be this modifier? Basically, I'd have to have at least 2 gears with all resist. I mean, hell, worst comes worst. I can't even think that, like... But yeah, no, this character basically has less armor, but it basically, in a way, hides well, I mean, roughly would probably have less armor, but is more attack. Because it's just nature of the board it lives in. But this character is a grinding character, though, more than anything else. So yeah, no, I'm gonna have to, like... I mean, I'm not, I won't buy gear. I mean, trying to buy gear right now is impossible, so... You can't, I mean, I'll find something that's close. Like, I can't even imagine. Like, how much stuff literally I went through before I get to any gear here. Oh, Lord. Like, a lot of the non... see, I got lucky with the uniques, but all these other pieces? Oh, dear Lord, I'm on my 3rd or 4th. I have already changed out, like, I've actually changed out probably this one piece, like, some of these pieces 3 to 4 times. Over. One day, basically I do one day of heavy farming, do that, and just basically change it. But yeah, the good buff about this season, though, like, you're getting 100% Ocidite sources. So having 100% Ocidite sources now is pretty good. Like, it's very good on farm. Now, Undercity-wise, it's still better. So, a lot of what you see on Quill volley, it's meant to be, they go block chance, right? Something against it. Yeah. I have a little companion in the dungeon. No, actually, it's funny. When you free the prisoners, they actually help you. Even though they're not part of things. They're about as useless as shit, but hey, details. I've already changed out my skills here a couple of times, too. I mean, it wasn't working in Tier 4. Like, Tier 3, I can already feel it's better. See, I'm not using the frog, but I'm using the bats. I'm not using the, Now, realistically, it's probably gonna be, Venara, and then the other villain. Because I'm not sure. But a lot on the gears. But yeah, that's gonna get getting gear to align. It took me getting these not lucky on gear, but because what it takes to get the gear roughly right yeah, that's just gonna take gear grinding. Don't hate it, but I don't. Oh boy, though. And I'm gonna have to get. It's got to be specific too. Because I'm going to tell her lack of dexterity. The chest piece is good. It's just the legs and the other one is a no. I am too tired to do paragons. So just getting over being sick. It's not great. But yeah, no, like, I gotta figure out the best weapon. Because, yeah, in reality, it's either gonna be Washupog, or it's gonna be the Rod. I did Washupog on the other one. I mean, hell, if it's just a carry. But yeah, the Rod, I don't... I mean, Rod would turn them into basic. I mean, might be fun. It's just something I'd have to test. But yeah, no, those resistances on that that build are... Whew! I wouldn't even trust that with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, those resistances are bad. Like, the chest piece is good. Now, I would say if, like, I go roll... I mean, hell, like, even... I think even if I go... No, because... Minimum, right? Unless I get, like... No, I mean, basically minimum. I have to have all resist. Like, even if I get, like, 20% all resist... Yep, that's character screwed in higher tiers. And it wouldn't be about rerouting the intelligence nodes either. Because the issue, right? Because, well, I mean, I forget how much it is. I'll say like every 2. Because they're talking in all resist. Because all resist at least times 3. Minimum, like, it goes up to 12. But for the most part, let's say you get a 10 or 11. That's 33, so we'll make about 50. That's a little easier to make up. But at the moment, it's pretty bad. And I think at 50%, like, worth a shot, but yeah, no, I just gotta get some with a better roll. If I said I hadn't bricked those pants, but I mean, well, bricking them wasn't the end of the world. It gives her something she can use on those tiers, but tier 2 is not the worst. It's still risk to being one-shotted, but I can figure out the build. At least. Everything up. I mean, these are easy to run through, but yeah, like. But I literally had to just redo this one again today. I mean, I had to use these, but that's okay. Like, if I can get similar, that makes up a lot of my resistances I was lacking. Because those made up a bunch. Like, that is what saved the resistances on this character. If you're wondering what that did, it saved a bunch. Not, I would probably be down a lot. And I guess I got lucky with rolls with that. They took it to like 70 something. So that's the only reason I'm at like 90 at like the resistance I am here. Because I'm only at the resistance I am here for that reason. Yeah, I have like one royal. Basically, I have one grand. So I have the grand and that. Hold on a sec. How much was today? But yeah, no, between here and then the Masterworks, right? Those are the best places. Like, these are good for, like, but with the bonus, like, once you have the 100% bonus, the Ocidite sources and a bunch of other things. For the season, yeah, it's that one. You get. I mean, I don't mind running these. These are pretty easy to run. But boy. See, a lot of stuff doesn't even break my barrier now. Oh, there's still a treasure room back there. Yeah. So the treasure rooms, right? Because, I mean, the character will be probably for me. I think what I'm going to have to do is get vulnerable damage and a whole bunch of damage stacked on that character. Because I don't think Mystic Circle is going to cut it. I don't think Stinger. I have to look. I don't think it's not the Stinger, but it's the Pestilence Swarm will work. But yeah. Fortunately, it's just going to be hunting for gear and annoying. Same shit. I mean, I come across it anyways. But my RNG is so fickle. It's okay. I nail runes that are really expensive. Basically. Isn't it Moni and New? No. What? Some of them are really expensive. But I usually get them, like, if it's a rare item, sure, but I can't pull a mythic to save my own ass. pray for the fucking top 5% or 10% item. Ideally, both have, I mean, if one doesn't have armor, one doesn't have life, apparently, because life can be leached off of the Paragon board. But the other stats can't. Huh? No, she's a 2-star glaive, really. Oh, yes. No. Really? I told you my RNG is so fucking fickle. And my RNG is all screwed up on this character. For some bizarre reason, as I said, I can pull max rolls of shit, but I can't, or close to 80% rolls, but when it comes to actually looking for certain shit to actually purely min-max my build, nah. Good luck. But yeah, that's gonna be interesting. See, this really hasn't changed, but it's gotten a lot better. I mean, I'm basically at like 70 plus, but then again, a lot of that is coming from lucky roll on oh, oh boy. But yeah, this is the issue though, right? A lot of the stuff with gear, like at higher like tiers, unfortunately, it is about resistance. I mean, yeah, like if you're running around tier 2, you're not gonna think about the whole. You don't think about the undergear, but now when you get into tier 3, I just gotta figure out with that build which is the better weapon. Because if it's Washipak or the other one. But I'm not sure though, at the end of the day on those. Because a lot of them is just, ugh. But see, him here, I still have to get, like, if I fully get him done, he's almost done. Well, that's a lot of, it's a lot of today. But, like, these are making up a lot of my resistance right now. Probably bring through these. But yeah, no, like, that character, it's gonna be fine, but I just gotta figure out how to get the damage to translate up to tier 3. But I think she could still have the same execution level. But what I think is going to happen is I'm going to go into a lot of armor nodes. And that is the part that's bad or weird. Because trying to actually get, like, the certain rules, I mean, it's a little easier to get, like, a life roll. But some of the other ones are a lot harder. Uh-oh. Yeah, this will be the last one. Even I know my limits. Oh boy. I mean, my friend Lava said, like, the idea about, said about that, like, he said this is a hard character to, like, get gear for. I could see it. Like, if you're not used to, like, if you're not used to trying to get the gear for it, no. Like, I think the only thing I had to buy, like, ultimately was, like, a 4-star, like, gee, like, that shit was expensive. Don't even start that. Fucking be sinking down here. Sooner I get this character, like, these characters done. be lying if I hadn't been running this game ragged for like sure it's just me. Apparently, the higher runes are pretty rare. Damn it. Go that way. It's been between slightly just drained. See, I'm trying to figure out, like, one thing I did was, like, I got this reworked. It can exist in World Tier 4, but, yeah, there's still certain enemies that just suck horribly. Yep. Yes. Oh, God. See, yeah, that's why. Just imagine playing games with Neuralink. The Neuralink joke, right? Shit. But no, literally, there's to the point of I've gotten to the point I can just play, like, depending on the map, right? If I'm familiar with the tile layout or I can play half these near half tired. I do. Perfectly. Or I just survive purely off secondary. Oh boy. Yep, I'm gonna have to lay down after this one. It sucks. Oh boy. said I'd be back tomorrow, but I have just got a message somebody. Oh gosh, yeah, I might have to do it early tomorrow. Hey, chess pieces right after I don't fucking need them anymore. Yep. But yep, that's great. Yeah, I know, but I think the poison one's gonna work out though. It's just, but theory crafting to it. Yeah, but he's going to take a shit ton. So 900, 1300, 27. Like 3,000 no sedites, nothing. Ugh, I should be back tomorrow. I don't know what time. It's either gonna be early. Thursday it's gonna be after 3. I know, but anyway. Apologize if I sound tired. I am getting over being sick and then something else, so it just knocked me in my ass the last 2 days. Oh boy. It is fun though. Yeah, no, at least get less, but yeah, no, I'm missing the final stages of masterworking this character, finding the best pieces. Now, the